Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy. So, today the plan is pretty much just to do the SQ a bit more. We have like, it was either 10 or 12 quests in the current patch that we're in. Basically at 5.2, and I'm gonna try and see if I can maybe complete all of them today. I have no idea if I'm gonna be able to, but might as well try. And yeah, I'm thinking I'm not really doing any sort of side content really, because the only side content I can really do is just really long quest lines that are gonna have a lot of story and are most likely going to be 1 or 2 day endeavors, some of them, or maybe even more. So yeah, not gonna mess around with it. Also, in terms of beast tribes, it's gonna be a little bit, if I calculated it correctly, the pixies are gonna be, we're gonna be able to max those out Monday after the reset. So I need to apparently do 7 quests for them, and I have no idea how long I need to do it with the Qatari, but yeah, it's probably gonna be like 4 or 5 days of dailies, I'm guessing, or something like that. And I still need to unlock the dwarves, but I'm thinking once the pixies are maxed out, I can maybe do them. I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk to Kral and old enemies, new threats, and we are going to be meeting Rauban. Oh yeah.
Shauna. My, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help.
Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Ah, Shauna. It has been far too long, my friend.
You. That's the guy that tried to help Elfno get into Garlemald, but they were shut down.
Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire.
Ah, yes. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald. But never mind that, you said you have urgent news?
Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlight Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamagan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation.
It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this.
Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamagan quarter with all haste.
Well? What are you waiting for? Get going, you two.
Off to Alamigo. Or Alamigan borders, I guess. Because it is technically just Alamigo. I wonder what this Raban wants to talk about. Also, it's... If I understood correctly, there was someone here who wasn't named and had some information. Is it perhaps Gaius who's made his way here?
Commander Alden awaits us in the royal palace. If you would follow me.
That's what I understood it as. Voice actor cutscene, perhaps. Very much looks like. Looks like it could be. It is, guys. There, buddy.
They're here, Commander.
It's been a while. Well, technically, not really, because I keep like kicking your ass in Praetorium, but still, been a while. Just do this.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
Black Wolf?
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
Oh shit.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Force?
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Okay. I think this might have unlocked the unlocked a quest line that basically is gonna unlock 3, I think it is, trials.
As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon. But with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first.
Yeah. Request over here. Oh yeah, that definitely seems like it is. I think that's gonna start that quest line. Quickly look up here. Just going to pull up that quest. Check if that actually is the stuff that I think it is. Yep, it is. It is the Sorrow of Warlit quests, as they're apparently referred to. And yeah, it's basically just 3 trials. It's in the Drift, Castrum, Marinum, and the Cloud Deck. But we're gonna do those after all of Stormblood, because not doing that right now, because that's gonna take like several hours, and I don't feel like doing it right now. Okay, let's see. way home.
I take it you are ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Shauna. I hope to see you, and the other Scions, soon.
Sleeper That is a fast quest, just accept it, turn it in. Nice. Doesn't seem like it's necessarily a voice acted cutscene that's maybe gonna appear. There even is a cutscene.
You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you two have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation.
It is a cutscene. That kind of looks like it might be a voice cutscene based on the camera angles and such. A little bit the animation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Well, the Empire is without a leader. Because Xenos is back. He killed them.
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
Oh yeah, also that.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
Nice.
However...
Difficult to make.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, We must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
Ah. Ina.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the XIV's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
I don't have any of that, so just go for the cash money. Okay, Alphino. Seeking counsel.
I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now, then, shall we go and speak with Lina?
To think we will not only have Xenos to contend with once we return, but a new Ultima weapon as well. Why must all of our enemies insist on returning from their graves?
Upon White Orosite's crystalline foundation we have built not a prison, but a refuge for the soul. Would that Mo and Brida were here to see the wonders inspired by her research. Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge. A stark reminder what little we truly know of the world. It may simply be my imagination, but Lina has been rather brusque with me of late. You don't suppose she's still upset over that mishap with the salmon fillet, do you?
What mishap? I don't remember anything about a salmon fillet. And R. Okay, so what do you want, Lena?
We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it.
A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others.
That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example.
And me? Why not Alphino? Be about it then. Let's try and go with this one.
You cannot be serious. Come now, Shauna, what could be more inspiring than fighting alongside the renowned Warrior of Darkness herself?
Excellent. Then let us make for a fort job.
Okay. Job.
If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side.
I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through. And I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades. And so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward.
A pleasure to meet you, Miss Truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmaran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one.
My apologies, Captain Lina. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clear Melt. It took longer than I anticipated.
I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual. Especially when we play host to honored guests.
It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart. And the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know. And so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in.
Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting.
With the Crystarium Scout. There might be a group out doing fates right now. They're in the area.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
Just going to do this.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Ah.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Okay.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Just keep us where we have chosen to be. He's lost without you, you know. He misses you already. With that one.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Okay. Facing the truth.
I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts.
Okay, go and see Alpha now.
Do you have business?
Has that bit have business in the ocular?
The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there is a proposal I should like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood, in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as Sin Eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades.
To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood. But when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains.
Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remain those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin Eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate.
At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot.
Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Artbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selch, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end I say we proceed with Alphinaud's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the warriors of light and the flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Shauna?
I wish we had done this sooner. Spread the word, I say. Spread the word, I say.
Then we're all of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beglug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the XIV. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them.
Okay. Speak with 5 people of the Crystarium. Okay, so one there, and all the way out there. This is just the 5 main people, I guess. Crystarium.
Well. To what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the cardinal virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say.
Okay. Then it's the... why am I forgetting what they're called now? I'm forgetting what this race is called now. Oh well.
Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmari's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous.
Hrothgar, that's what they were called.
Word is that fellow from Deadless Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrend reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night to Norvrend. All right, consider my interest piqued.
Okay. Go up to the crafting area, the library, and the medic. I'm kind of thinking that I'm gonna wait with the medic last, or the doctor, healer, whatever you want to call her. Since it seems like we need to end the quest, or the next step will most likely be like in the XIV. So just think might as well just wait until I do that one last, since it's right next to where I have to go next. That's where I'm assuming I need to go next.
No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the warriors of light and their deeds in such a negative light. Oh, Shauna. Forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the flood, of the warriors of light. I have searched high and low, but alas. Every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof. And I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the warriors of light? Of the flood? How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone.
Okay. So the crafting area. Just line meat.
Well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry? You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears.
Okay. And I'm wondering, can I jump down just that way? Then just run in? Or what? Of course not. Of course that's not possible. It seems like I might be able to just walk down there. Something like that. Kind of. And then it's just over to Chismel.
Shauna. My, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it, I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Hee, I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light? But the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it.
Okay, you with Alpha now. And Yustola and Rianshi are also out here.
Those I spoke with at the orchard and the rookery were quite keen to hear what we have to say. For as much hope as they have for the future, the scars of the past weigh heavy on them still.
'Tis good to see the people of the Crystarium so eager to learn the truth. And with this newfound knowledge of the past, they will at last be able to look to the future with eyes unclouded. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Bush cutscene, perhaps? Like it might be.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Oh, that's the artwork feller.
Impossible.
I take it I'm not imagining this then. It seemed to. Let's go with this one.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay. Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a Warrior of Light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light!
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
So that, I will say that could definitely be Ardbert. But it also seems really weird that is the case.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, absolutely not. It looks like him and sounds like him, but it isn't him. Let's go with that one.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
That's what happened. He is part of us now, I guess.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Ascian?
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now, I believe, he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
It would appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Go with the money. Okay, a sleep disturbed.
You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbird, or rather, one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt. But to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmari, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony.
I for one would like to know why Ardbird urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves.
Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphanod returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise then Cred and Rhine of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbird, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home.
Then I think it time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selsh's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fanau that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana Revel. Almit believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek.
You have a company? Be sure you let me know how that works out. You mean the ruins of the Great Serpent? Let's go with that one.
The Great Serpent? I see you've been studying your Ronkan history. But no, I've heard nothing relating to the Wood's Protector. Still, should it prove relevant to what lies within, your expertise would prove invaluable. When you are ready, make for Fanau. Almit and her sisters will be expecting us.
The Great Protector of Ronka, the legendary Great Serpent. Scree.
Then let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the A's.
Okay. Off to... now then. Let's see... helmets? I think it's...
Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement, before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come. For Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now. Surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins? Clutching her staff at night, wishing it were. You promised not to tell. Then I suggest we be going. Get back here. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana revel.
Speak with Elmet. We're at the Kitana revel. And that's a solo duty. Okay, before we get started on that, I'm just gonna take a very quick little break. So I can get myself some water, stretch my legs really quick. I'll be gone for maybe like, I don't know, say maybe 5 minutes-ish. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, so see you guys in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's see what we are gonna find inside the... What is it called again? The Kitana Revel.
It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side.
It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
Nice. Okay. It looks like it might be a voice cutscene. Oh yeah, based on the animation alone.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
So we're gonna grab the owl from that we saw before, perhaps?
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
No.
What? But I only... What is happening? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh. Okay. What the fuck? You transfer small upon sacred ground in retribution. 4 souls have
Yet to heroes
unbound.
proven learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw, with kin do I be. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I?
Deft of Paul, with kin do I be. Though soul, though sought apart, betterment of the whole, our efforts decree. Obo might be the one.
Indeed, the OPO is keen and shrewd. The spirit of ingenuity, by whose guidance the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. With fearsome fang, I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I?
Fearsome fang, I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. Pretty sure that is wolf.
Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly do I crawl. By my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I?
Serpent. On belly crawl, Aspie serpent, and also.
Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Desire you that which I yet claim? Then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no.
Is there a difference between them, or? See any sort of difference between them? Just of mind and memory. Let me try and do something. Okay, so that.
Your comrades are assembled, together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth.
Combat? Using?
One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled, must be strong of mind, body, and soul.
Okay.
Finally. This is what I was expecting to find here in the ruins. Be careful, sisters. Hold nothing back. Failure of this test does not appear to be an option. Quickly, fan out before it strikes. Its sights are set on Weishtala. Hurry, we must protect her.
Victory oft begs sacrifice, but which of you would pay the price?
Here I come!
Shauna. Hurry, we have to save her. Oh, no, Simon.
Impressive.
I will not hold back!
Out of that.
You may think you have won, but we have only just begun.
Animate. Okay, what does that do?
Poison. Come, gather around me. Reinforcements? Leave them to me. We mustn't waste time with this slime. Focus on the Guardian. Show them your all.
There's more the slime.
Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus, I concede defeat.
Okay.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
His armor have been buried in here.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage's Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder.
Seeing?
By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
At the echo? Guessing?
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
Oh.
The final days. If, as the XIV's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request. Let's soon forget. This one.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not...
Your mothers were wise.
Oops, I thought you was done talking. Maybe I should just do this, so I don't end up messing that up.
Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions could not fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears. Of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tushuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries. Yet as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought. So long as we are here, there are none among the Aes who will not know of all you have done for Norvrend. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels, then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms.
Okay. Old friend.
Although we learned naught of the Asians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runner.
Okay. So I'll speak further then. So the bow.
Shauna. It is so good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you.
I'm sorry, Runner, but we haven't the...
Please, I insist. It will take only a minute.
My apologies, Shauna. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from a skier, we might finish before Runner is done cooking.
Your call. Sorry about not saying hi just before when you first wrote. I was trying to eat a giant ice cube from my water bottle that I just put into my mouth. How's Final Fantasy 14 today? So far so good. We have like think around. Currently at an old friend. There's a quest we have. This one included. 5 quests left of patch 5.2. So, in good progress on that. It's a refresh because Switch being Switch. So far, the stream has been fine. No major problems.
A broom for Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old but sturdy and sure to suffice.
The war is almost level 60. Nice. Okay. Go your solo.
I trust Askir was able to find a broom for us.
Yep. Battle room. This well-worn broom has seen many a spring and summer instead of the bow. Swishing and sweeping, sweeping and swishing.
Well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise.
Small, cute, and savage. Yep.
Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way? That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Ahem. Time to rise, to swish, and sweep a tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found.
Yep, I had muted myself. Forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, what I said was that I found out about the whole changing the idle stance for unsheathed weapon. I think around a month ago or so, because I was wondering how Dark Knights basically did it with their sword, like standing with it in front of them. And then I found out that, yeah, you can do that with all of them. So yeah, Summoner and Scholar basically have like stand with their book in front of themselves reading it. Like every single class has a different animation. Gameplay is true, but I think it's been in the game like probably since before we started playing. We just didn't know about it, because who usually pulls out their weapon and just like stands around with it? Not a whole lot of people, I feel like. And who thinks like, oh yeah, you can change the idle stance when you have your weapon out. Doesn't really make any sense.
In this one particular respect, I've no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place. These people.
Master Matoya. Pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready.
Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet.
No. Everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all.
I see.
Wishtala. Thank goodness you're still here.
Alphanod? I thought you were following Ardbert.
I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ILM of Norvrend in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many.
Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light.
I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow.
Elisai, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting, for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So, I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be warrior of light?
Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Benkred and Rhine are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Rhine believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. Then that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. ER. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return.
I look forward to it.
Or runner. Okay, go and see Thancred.
I can sense no other Sin Eaters in the area. I hope this means Ardbert will be coming this way soon.
Okay. So you think, Grit?
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Eater friend here, I can only apologize.
Just turn this on.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world, so we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
The course could do that.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Ask whether he wishes Seto or here. Extend a friendly fist. Let's go with this one.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Alive. But Ardbert. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Why do you seem to bring me out, Ryuko? Something gonna happen?
Emmet Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any.
So Elidibus doing Elidibus things.
I have my duty.
Well, let's just say bullshitting thing.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
We cause another flood?
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself.
Hey Jonas, welcome to the stream.
In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmet Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmet Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Actual ruins. There's odds being learned. I want to know if you want a better option, or as long as you don't, as long as you don't want, or as long as you don't make me do any more chores. Sure, let's go with that one.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Yes, mother. Yeah. I love the dialogue options where you basically just get just told to reply as like she's the mother of the group, which I guess you can kind of see her as. She's kind of like the mother of the Scions, I guess. Actually kind of been thinking a bit, because in terms of the Scions, I would say We, as the player, probably serve as, I don't know, like a big brother, big sister role. Alice and Alphino probably like, at least how I see it, Alice and Alphino like younger siblings. If you were to like put it in the sort of family setting. Stola, the mother of the family. And I don't entirely know about Urianger and Thancred, because I feel like they could both sort of serve as like a sort of father role to an extent. Thancred a bit more now in Shadowbringers, not so much in Born though. But Thancred could also feel like a sort of older brother. But Urianger could also feel like a sort of, I don't know, uncle? I guess you could refer to him as. And Reen, she is not part of the science, so she does not count. I guess she could be like Thancred's adoptive daughter, because that is essentially what she is. So, yeah. Anyway, deep the signs, and we get the option of a full set of accessories for any of the different classes. Or armor sets, I guess. Receiving the Crystarium, which is item level 500. Might use that for healer, I think.
Alphanod has the right of it. Let us pay visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolshzoth first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets.
Okay. Speak with the Ondo. Ondo Cups. Let's see what they had to say. And they are.
I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us?
Yep.
Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there.
And what circumstances are these?
Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Nuri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind, but do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt.
Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes.
One good turn and all that. We certainly can't leave them like this. We not simply hunt those things ourselves.
We might, but that wouldn't discourage the Benthos from stealing from the Ondo again, now would it?
True.
Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders.
Then we will have care not to draw their attention. Shall
Shall we? Accidentally semi-skip that part. Okay, so, oh, all the way up there. Actually does serve a purpose. Thought this place was just like, I don't know, empty with nothing special up there. Well, it's gonna be a bit of a light over there. I feel like I've actually spent quite a bit of time here in Tempest recently because I'm kind of doing a sort of small side project where I've been trying to get a lot of onyx. Which means I need to get a lot of raw onyx, which you can only get here in Tempest. Specifically down here. Spawns are like 12 and actually just 12 both middle of the day and in the evening. Or like middle of the day and midnight. Spawns.
Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find that all are filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy.
I guess there are things here. Don't like the timed spawns, yeah. But it is used for some, I don't know, valuable items, I guess, in this case. Bit wrinkled box. Climb cask?
On cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of Newry liver. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable.
True. Okay, possibly up here, maybe? There's a shoe bill.
The shoe bill is staring at Rhine. Just staring.
I haven't forgotten why we're here, I swear. Only, this bird hasn't taken its eyes off me since I found it. I think it might be lonely.
I like the fact that it's actually is just a straight up, I don't know, meme joke sort of thing that they have in this expansion. Just have those all over the place.
From the squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthas have been raiding Colisean storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat.
It's in the Stormblood as well, but only in the first-person look-around puzzles. I don't remember those.
But we can discuss this after we see the liver safely back to Tolshzoth. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense.
Don't remember any sort of first-person look-around puzzles from Stormblood. To be fair, it has been a while since I actually did any Stormblood stuff. There's one way you have to shoot something with a dart to pacify some guards. That stuff in Yangsha. I'm starting to remember it. I just don't remember the bird.
I am relieved to see you unspeared.
Okay, this bulging sack makes a truly heinous squelching noise as you heft it over your shoulder.
Our precious livers. I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Coliseum in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolshoth, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Coliseum warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened.
It's there, but you have to look very closely to find it. It's kind of camouflaged. That's probably why I didn't see it.
The Yulmaran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea.
The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are.
If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos plans.
Is that so?
These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth.
Oh.
They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive.
Well, we can hardly fault them for that.
Under normal circumstances, perhaps. But conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning, its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them. Of course, the suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably.
Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves?
Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward.
I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint.
If what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amorod, I would call upon the assistance of another.
Okay. Let's see here. I want the healing coffer. And let's just quickly put all this in the armory chest, and might as well just these. Crypt Lurker Ring of Healing though. Wait, back to Summoner. A whale's tail. And we get our choice of some combat materia. 8. I think it's number 8.
Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen that we might seek an audience with him once more.
Off to Sullen then. Great. I hate when to go to Sullen because it's... I mean, it's not a long flight, but it's still just a bit out of the way. Someone in the FC put up some of the FC buffs. I don't think we've had those on for like 4 hours or so. It's been a while. And the reason why I haven't put them on is because can't really open up for the FC tab of the game because unless I specifically switch to a different screen, open it up, go to it, the correct tab in that whole thing, and then show the game again, because otherwise I might accidentally show the Discord code or link. Don't want to accidentally show to just anyone watching the stream. Mainly just so we don't end up getting like people just joining the FC's Discord for no reason. Looks like it might be voice acted. Nope, apparently not.
From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You perfected your technique, then.
He knows how to walk on water, I'm guessing.
Just so, the water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provide purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely.
Oh, I certainly shall.
I guess it doesn't work.
Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique?
Oh.
Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned. Truly.
Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant.
I assume it doesn't work. Or up.
He's done it.
Incredible.
The failing or something.
Urianger.
Oh,
for the love of.
Just learn how to swim, damn it.
Mine apologies. The technique required the purest of focus, and mine, 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic I went so far as to deal with the Fwath, and with their aid mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired?
Then cred?
bodies starting to be a problem, I'm guessing.
It's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now.
We failed. It's still impressive. Yep, true. But I'm thinking, since Thancred and Urianger are some of the ones that were in, like, came to the first, it would make sense that they're, like, we do know that they're, the link between them, like their souls and their bodies are weakening. That might be what is happening now. First.
Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree.
Oh. Okay.
Do you think those two are really all right? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest.
Before you make some quip about age catching up with me, you'd be out of breath too, if you had to drag Urianger out of the sea without so much as a warm-up.
True.
What sort of dealings with the Thwath, I wonder? I'll stick to swimming, thank you very much.
I must admit I'd been keen to attempt walking on water myself. Though I know what Elisai would say. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics.
Gonna have to call for our branch again.
You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done.
Below, I'm guessing.
So? Did he agree?
Though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not.
Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Shauna and I are more than capable of that. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done with it in moments, and better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you the left. Now go.
I mean, she's not wrong. You can breathe underwater, so it's not a problem.
I am in your debt.
You know what? Something we should actually do is just take Urianger and Alphano, possibly also Yustola, and I don't really know if Thancred needs it, but maybe Thancred. It's just take all the signs that haven't gotten the Kojin's blessing and just take them to the Kojin and be like, hey, can you fix up a, like, water breathing spell? So that at least two of these idiots can breathe underwater. They don't really swim that well.
After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle.
Another one. Don't really help.
After a good deal of prying from various...
Yep. It's like... Tancred, we know, is really good at swimming, and is also apparently able to just hold his breath for a long time. Is Stola? I don't know. I'm pretty sure she can swim. I don't know how good at holding her breath underwater she is, but it's fine, I guess. That's we know that Alice is perfectly capable of swimming, and she has the blessing. Alphino can kind of swim, but he's not great at it. So maybe giving him the blessing might just save us from, like, him drowning. And Urianger is apparently absolutely dog shit at it, and could really use that blessing just so we don't end up having him drown, because he apparently can't really swim.
After a good deal of
Think that it might just pretty beneficial that we don't end up having a like potentially 2 scions that just die due to being terrible swimmers.
Well, that was disgusting. I pray will not be required to attend to any other matters of personal hygiene.
You others have anything to say?
The power to breathe underwater seems most convenient. Mayhap the Kojin might be persuaded to grant me it when we return to the source. I can swim, after all.
Do that, Alphino, that would be a good idea.
Apologies for sitting this one out, but it did seem more appropriate for those of you with the Kojin's blessing to handle it.
You can also get it, Tancred, when we get back to the source.
I take it you finished? Would you please keep an eye on Tancred and Urianger? I'm still not convinced they're all right.
Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember, a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred. But he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This, I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend. But it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris.
Okay.
So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten.
He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history. Like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions?
While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Kolizia.
That's all? I feel as though there was more to it.
Indeed, there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon.
Fine. Later, then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urianger and then Kred, in particular.
I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account.
You mustn't push yourselves so. Please, rest. For me.
Oh, all right. If you insist.
You too, Shauna. You've been running yourself ragged.
But I feel fine. Yes, ma'am.
In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hull anon.
Old men.
Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she's struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me.
When Sullen knows how to sort of, I don't know, hit a nerve, as I think that's it. She remembers that.
With age cometh wisdom, or so I pray. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. To hear her speak you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, master then Kred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind of you. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help. Someone, quickly.
What's happened?
It's Nightshade. We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium, barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this.
Well, so much for a rest.
You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation, at any rate.
Okay. And we're gonna end the quest when we talk to Thancred. Expected it to be more of a go and find some bull, but I guess not. Huh.
Fortunately, this one wasn't clever enough to bring support. Never fear. Nightshade ain't no match for the guard. Can you believe this? I don't even have anything worth stealing. I'll save our miscreant up here unharmed. These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Is that you, milady? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Ah yes. From the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more, like we should be doing more.
Any Warriors of Light?
It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
Very good, Mr. Remember you, the excitable one?
Sorry, milady. I got a bit overexcited the other day, couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, milady. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland, I want to protect the lot. Just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrend. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Well, well. Future heroes of the first, do you think? They want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's schemes to light.
Let's see. That was a critical hit.
It pains me to think that men with such pure intent are being made to serve Asian ends, however directly. But they're right. The people need heroes.
Beneath the surface.
Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. And I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now.
Okay, off to the split hull. Right seems to be the closest one. Okay, so we need to go up here. So it seems like a slightly strange location to meet up at.
Perhaps we ought to have clarified what Bismarck meant by a short while. To his mind, our whole lives might be as the blink of an eye.
True.
So, how much of a respite did you actually enjoy? Half a moment's. We rested, didn't we, Shauna.
Definitely.
What's keeping Bismarck? Surely it doesn't take this long to shake off a few loose stones. You arrived rather early. Are you certain you did as you were told?
Definitely. Definitely didn't go and attempt to find some people.
All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming.
Looks like it might be a voice cutscene. But it's not. So it would be due to the fact that the animation and camera seemed a bit different than usual.
'Tis time.
And I accidentally skipped that one just after I started the text-to-speech. I guess he just said, like, it's time. Okay. New dungeon available. Nessus Anidur. I have no idea how to pronounce that correctly. Let's see. Make sure that I turn off unrestricted party. I basically had that on because I tried seeing if I could do some of these extremes. As Paladin, since I have a full little 80 Paladin set, but didn't really get that, or I wasn't able to fully do. At least not. I think I tried Nidhogg's Rage. Wasn't able to do that one. Party time? Sure. Let me just. It says you're online. Okay, and are you ready as well? And just if you like. Okay. That was a fast queue. I mean, that is usually the case with the healers. Tanks might be like a minute or two, but healers it's usually a lot faster. Most of the time, at least. Okay, gonna be interesting to see what this dungeon contains. So it's supposed to be some old Asian ruins, as far as I understand.
To the depths. These are poor neighbors indeed.
I assume we just need to make sure that we keep the amount of enemies we have here sort of down. Because either they just periodically spawn, or they only spawn when a certain amount of enemies have been killed. Anything else?
The time has come to part with these interlopers.
Okay, I gotta say, this is fucking cool. Yo.
The walls fall. We must hurry. We were fortunate. But what is all of this?
Dragonite. Is that? Doesn't really seem to have a face of any kind.
Tiresome creatures.
Long until we are
Spirit lies. I give you my breath.
Thunder and sea.
Your wish is granted. Go, little wanderers.
Garden of Recollection. And our first boss. What? Just unknown? That's it. Fang. Okay, Shrooming, don't stand in the open spots, I'm guessing. It also seems to do an AoE in a direction. Oh, we got another unknown. Yes, we are just supposed to kill one of them as fast as we can. Oh shit, the thing is dead. Oh shit, that's a lot of damage. Lovely. wonder if the second unknown is, I don't know, weaker? Like maybe less health? I think we might be dying. Unless I mean, there is a water tank, so maybe they can survive. They do, after all, have some more intuition. Okay, it's just a tank. Ah, that was not possible. Oh well. Just gotta try again. Was close though. I think I understand a bit more how this one we're supposed to do. I think it's safe. Nope, that's not a safe one. Damn it. And I should not have moved out of that. Fuck. I still find that mechanic to be very confusing. Carbuncle. Last. We're just gonna get the first unknown down, and then we should hopefully be good. Goes in a luminous ray. It also has a damage up. But did not know that. There's gonna be a large pool, like it. Guessing 3 groups in pool. Okay, let's go. All of them. And then get to cast my rewrites. Yes, I'll be able to
Visions
do that
of
against
Eld,
the boss.
attend to us now.
I have the cyclone. Terrible hammer. Oh. Okay, I don't fully understand how this really goes. Okay, almost got Phoenix up. And I used it on the wrong, like the wrong button. Oh, still in the wrong place. Damn it. Yeah, I'm not gonna survive that. Okay. So my carbuncle again. I feel like the Syrian light is not a very large area that it actually covers, because I feel like every single time I use it, there's someone that I end up missing. So, if I'm not mistaken, we need to make sure that we stand on the swords right now, since they're the ones that came second. As the hammers are gone, we need to make sure we moved the out of that. I think that's how it goes, at least. Final verse 2 that does just a ton of damage. There we go. Oh, already got one of those. Ooh. This looks interesting. Also, why are some of these red and some of them are blue? Actually, they do have slightly different colors as well, apart from just red and blue. One of those as well. Two enemies left. And I'm just gonna save my Lego for the next pack. almost done with these, and I'm guessing we are getting close to the last boss. Yep, in the final area. Who are you?
Your kind has never given of its treasures willingly, your lives will be no different.
Merciless matriarch. It's their queen, I'm guessing. And they started the fight without me.
You know nothing of the depths. Nothing.
I'm just messing up my stuff right now because I kinda had to run in middle of stuff. Should we just AoE them down? Secret ceremony. Crap. Okay, messed up that one a bit. I've done the second one. Okay, you stand on the gates, prevent them from opening. Seems like it's... Ah, it's a new... So that's secret ceremony. 10% health left. 11%. 7, 6. 3, 2, 1. Done. Nice. Two wipes, but did it well enough afterwards. Okay. Nice. Alright. This should have been the only dungeon in this patch, I believe.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
Why do those crystals remind me of Orosite?
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
It could have been a lot better, maybe, but I feel like we all also just kind of messed up a little bit on some of the mechanics. I've been out of the loop for a long time. True, I mean, 6 months, you need to like get back in the whole groove of healing. Like, DPS is a lot easier because then it's just you can essentially get through most of the content by just mashing buttons. Healer, it's a little bit more difficult, and I feel also the same with tank. But I will say, we did also mess up several times on some of these mechanics, like the 2 first bosses, because I definitely noticed that all of us ended up at some point getting just several vulnerability stacks. I gotta say, the first boss was also just kind of like, there's a ton of just AoEs on the ground, and at the same time there's like an arrow rotating around the boss, just like, what the fuck? Playing the warrior, I've learned that healing hotbars are just a mess. So I guess you're gonna change up those.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation.
I think your tank went up to 6 stacks of bonus damage. Ooh, that is not good. Like, even just 3 stacks is a problem.
That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
It's like instant death, yep. Maybe not fully for a tank, but definitely for either a DPS or healer. That is 100% a instant death thing. Hello. Hey, is this a hologram? Past events.
Thank you all for joining us at Eneater in these most perilous of times.
think emotional instant KO at 6 stacks. Just like built into the game or something. Maybe. I guess it kind of depends on the attack, and if the tank basically just uses a bunch of mitigation, then they can maybe survive it. But yeah, at 6 stacks, it's like, that is not something you're gonna survive easily, especially not if you're a DPS or a healer. Healers, maybe, because you can maybe, like, depending on which healer it is, you can maybe shield yourself. But still, it's gonna be very hard to survive that.
By the summoning of Zodiark have we been granted a reprieve. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay. Should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Venet? Where you lead, we will follow.
You can make a survival heal block thing on Scholar.
I shall not speak ill of the convocation, they too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question: are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check.
So they decided to summon Heidelin?
So, it was they who first summoned Heidelin.
That's correct. Basically, if it's on and HP drops below 50, it will heal, but if HP hits 0, it'll heal. Damage, keeping the player alive. Ah, that's actually pretty powerful.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image? The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Venet, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another, any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiac. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? What? Okay, from what I get from that sentence, was Elidibus the ancient one that was sacrificed to be the heart of Zodiac? Then who the fuck have we been talking to recently? What?
What?
Did it come to the same conclusion?
Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiac's heart?
So I was not wrong. What?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
That's also what I'm wondering. What? Ah.
I had always assumed Elidibus to be of the same ilk as Lahaveria and Emmett Selsh. But if the real Elidibus sacrificed himself before the Sundering...
It makes no sense.
That this facility shared intimate ties with the Academia and Eater may readily be discerned from the common element in their names. Based on mine observations, 'tis like that the forms housed here were conveyed unto the Academia only when required, and thence returned for safekeeping. Yet, such procedural minutiae are of largely academic interest, I concede. 'Tis unto the parties which did frequent these institutions that our thoughts should rightly turn. Specifically, the followers of Venet, and the Convocation of 14. To say naught of the matter of Elidibus. And there I was thinking immortal was bad. Would someone explain to me how we're meant to kill a being who doesn't technically exist?
Yeah, that's also a good question, Thingrid.
Do you think we might be able to activate the device again? I should like to hear how those discussions ended. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an etherete. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains.
That's not a good voice acted one.
No response. Confound it.
If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all.
That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered.
The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus. Yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Emet-Selch did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Asians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiarch's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor.
That would make sense.
It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here, I can feel it.
In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface.
Okay.
You may now enter Anamnesis Eater with a party of NPC avatars. To make...
Yeah, we just unlocked it as Earth Trust stuff. Okay. So I think I have one quest left. Yep, of the current patch, or the patch we're currently working on, 5.2. 6.2, that's the one that's next in the game actually.
While it is true our findings have raised more questions than they have answered, it is not impossible that Wishtala will gain access to additional records. And if nothing else, we have spared Yulmari from invasion. Answers never did come to us tied neatly with a bow. We'll get to the bottom of things eventually.
Hopefully, this will make the Benthos think twice before raiding the stores of their fellow Ondo again. Does she really not mind working alone?
Yeah, she's gonna be fine. Echoes of a Fallen Star. I believe that's actually the name also of the patch that we're working on. Yep.
Can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Wishtala must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel? He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are.
Oh. Enter the sanctuary. To go into the chat. Just loading a cutscene, it seems. It's very much like a second one, perhaps.
Dare I ask what's going on?
It's just turn on auto advance.
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
And it's because they want to be worse.
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
His goal is to sow chaos.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Well, yes. Say nothing or people, chocobos, you name it. Let's go with that one.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What was that noise? Those clouds look ominous as hell.
What's happening to the sky?
It's the event that fucking triggered the echo in that picture we saw.
What the?
At least from what Istola seems to
Wicked
imply.
light. Oh no!
By the 12.
A star shower.
Hear, feel, think.
I hear a voice.
You and all? Then why does it feel like it's inside my head? Hear? Feel? Think?
I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back!
What's happening? Sky is empty.
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light. I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end.
Okay.
Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability. Just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Heidelin has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
I am still very unsure about what his plan exactly is.
And there he goes again. Though I don't suppose he would have given us an honest answer about his history had he stayed.
Though I like not what it portendeth, having been treated to so unambiguous a demonstration, I cannot well conclude aught but that star showers are indeed instrumental in awakening the echo. Yet we need not attribute such credence to all that Elidibus hath claimed. That he too seeked the star's salvation, for one. Unsettling though this is, I'm certain our friends in the guard will use the echo well, or with good intentions, at least.
It did remind me of it. Amorat, I mean. All the fear, and the sadness.
The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand. But that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He is gone, then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay, their departure. But as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Von Art among them, I am sorry to say. They have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth. Warriors of light. Ardbird. Yourself, most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you, speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the elder Seed Seer took the time to usher you out into the wider world, many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Von Art. But the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Anamnesis to us.
See those two off. So just gonna teleport up or launch and talk to Thaler.
We're in Amharim. I mean, you know, around.
And they got their own armor, now it seems. Since they aren't part of the guard anymore, I guess.
You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it, you coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there. Path shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart. Let's go with that one.
We'll be off, then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you.
Okay. Speak with the Exarch then. Once we finish the quest, we're gonna get a bunch of cutscenes, maybe? That reveal like random story stuff.
You caused quite a stir when you set forth as the Elder Seed Seer's newly anointed envoy, you know. Minfilia was delighted. The world is ever in need of heroes, she said. I take it they were suitably inspired?
I feel like usually after each patch they usually show something that sort of, I don't know, hints at what's gonna happen in the next patch, so maybe we'll get something like that.
This land is our home, and it is we who must protect it, even if he didn't believe a word he was saying, and it's all part of some terrible scheme. It's hard not to take his message to heart. Honestly, don't listen to all this prattle about the life-changing importance of your words to impressionable young heroes. You could nod mutely in their general direction and they'd still be inspired.
Thou art returned. And at a most opportune time. We have but this moment concluded our account of all that came to pass in the deep. I was so deeply immersed in my research that I entirely failed to notice the star shower. Bugger. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however.
Just a cutscene, perhaps?
While your findings in Anamnesis Eater do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design. Nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason, we must needs trust to Wishtala's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience. It does seem worth the attempt.
Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers.
In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we?
All right. Then I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium.
Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed. Though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions.
Then perhaps I could help? There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty.
Thank you. All of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants?
So... Pendants? I wonder... We can see... Ghost/Spirit Artwork? Because that was kind of a thing that usually happened whenever we were over here. Could be a possibility. It might happen. But I'm not entirely sure because it... Considering what we know, he's part of us. But I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that he can't talk to us. But I'm not entirely sure.
A pleasure as always, Mistress Majula. I am relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion. Though, if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you will be retiring to your suite? Very good. Do let me know if there is anything you require.
And cutscene. Baby, voice acted 1. Grabbing a cup of water, I guess.
Mistress Majula? It's Glenard, from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late.
Yeah?
A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues.
I mean, I've technically helped 2 of them because I did do it on... to do the tank role quest there as well, but... What are you talking about? Grandson or Tainer? Let's go with Tainer because that is the one that makes most sense for us right now, since we're magical DPS. Hey, buddy.
Pray forgive my late visit. I heard the man who called himself a warrior of light speak, you see, and saw the stars falling from the heavens.
The dwarf. I mean, I think it depends on which of the role quests you do, because it seems like if you've done all 4 of them, you'll have 4 options, I guess.
Sirik grew tired of my endless fretting and bade me call upon you if it would put my mind at ease. Is there aught you can tell me? An impostor. I feared you might say that. I believed him, I wanted to believe him. How wonderful it was that even one of them returned, I thought. Yet if he is not the man you knew, then, I'm sorry. I know all too well how that feels. I can only imagine how it must hurt to be unable to speak the truth, how you must abide the life for fear of condemning those fallen heroes once more.
Let's go shopping. You're running, okay.
It may not be my place, but allow me to offer you a few words of advice. As you once did me. Remember how dear he was to you, and be brave.
You've certainly grown, or thank you, my friend. Certainly grown.
Oh. I'm not half so eloquent as you, but I hope that it helps.
Half moon. That means anything? Meanwhile, in the Crystal Towers, Bilicus. I think that's how you pronounce that.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
That's Xenos. Also, yes, a new outfit. Looking nice, dude. A lot better looking than that bulky armor you usually wear. Is he inside the Amarok dungeon place? That's what it looks like.
The dream again.
Oh, it's a dream. Meanwhile, in the source. A hooded person.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
Is that a white hooded figure? A little bit. Could also be some other ASEAN. Way more heroes. Nice. Hey. That gives Echo of a Fallen Star. Nice. That's actually a pretty nice sounding title. Okay. The next part we're not gonna get started on because that's 12 quests, and yeah, I think I might try and save that one for probably next Friday. Basically my current plan is to an extent basically have patch 5.3, 5.4, and then there's patch 5.5 and 5.55 left. 5.3 is 12 quests. I'm thinking I can probably do that one on Friday. It does contain 1 dungeon and 1 trial. Patch 5.4 is 10 quests, so possibly do that on next Saturday, unless I don't fully do the entirety of 5.3, but I'd be able to do all of that because I was after all able to do this one, like this patch 5.2, in just over 4 hours. That was without doing any sort of extra stuff, so that was like 10 quests, so I'd be able to. And then the last 2 patches are basically part 1 and part 2 of the same one, and are 9 quests in total, which I feel like I might also be able to do in just 1 full day, or maybe do like 6 of the quests like a Tuesday, Thursday maybe, and then do the other ones a different day. I don't know yet, but thinking something like that. But we only have, how much is it actually? Let's see. I'm trying to do math in my head and I'm not exactly the best in that one always. Let's see, we have a patch with 12, then we have one with 10, that's 22, then we have another one with 6, that's 28, then 1 with 3, that means 31 quests, I believe, left. And in all of that, there is 3 dungeons and 1 trial. Oh, nice. Okay, let's see. I don't really know what I actually want to do now, because yeah, I'm not gonna start the next part of the MSQ right now, and I am a little bit limited in terms of what I can do necessarily, because I only have like 45 minutes left. So yeah, it is a bit limited what I can do overall, because let's see. I do have beast drives available, but I don't feel like doing those on stream, because not exact, or at least the dailies are a little bit on the boring side, I guess. Just watch during a stream. Let's see. I could work on unlocking the last beast tribe, but I feel like that might take longer than 45 minutes. So I'm thinking maybe not do that. So okay, that's a gill. Gotta say, I'm kind of thinking of maybe just, I don't know, ending the stream maybe like a bit early. Around 40 minutes early, because I don't really, or I can't really think of anything that I want to do right now, because I don't really have a ton of stuff that I could do. Plus I also just kind of feel tired, because basically, for those who don't know it, Tour de France is currently in Denmark. It's being held, or it started yesterday, it's also held today, and is also being held tomorrow. And I basically went to a spot on the route and basically watched some of it live, because as well, since it's happening in Denmark. Did end up standing around for like 3 hours, just standing up, waiting for them to arrive, at which point I went home. So I am a bit tired. So yeah, kind of thinking of just ending the stream early and just, I don't know, relax a bit. I can see an air balloon from my window right now. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. But yeah, guess I'll just, I don't know, end the stream and find someone to raid then. So switch, that's the wrong button. That's the right one. Okay, let's see here. Let's go and close that. And let's check Twitch. Let's see who is currently live that I could raid. Let's see, we have actually a fewer or a smaller amount than usual, I would say. Which honestly isn't a bad thing. Let's see. APU. Also, I just gotta quickly check. Where does my PC route the audio? Okay, it does route it correctly, good. No? Okay. So, I'm thinking that we can go ahead and raid. I'm a little bit unsure if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but Angenite. Yes, I just gotta quickly check. What is their pronouns again? I just want to be absolutely sure. I believe it's... Yep, it's she. She is currently playing something called Unheard. I don't really know what that game is, to be completely honest. But she's another Danish VTuber. I should probably actually quickly check something really quickly. I might be doing a collab actually with Angie here on Monday or Tuesday. I'm still not sure when that's actually gonna happen. We haven't fully like set it in stone, but I might be doing a collab with like 3 other Danish VTubers, most likely on Monday. Actually, pretty checks. But yeah, it's still not fully set in stone. But yeah, it should most likely happen on Monday if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's at least the currently. Unless that doesn't end up happening, the next time I'm going to be streaming is basically going to be Tuesday, most likely. Like if the collab doesn't happen. But I think it should end up happening, because I haven't heard anything from the other 3 yet that it's not going to happen. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, not much else to say. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now, because I can open up a window a bit more so I can hopefully get a bit of air in, because it is kind of warm in my room currently. And yeah, gonna go ahead and raid Angenite. Make sure to behave over there. And yeah, not much else to say, so yes, till next time, everyone, I'll see ya.